Oh, I forgot to change the title there. So I'm gonna be doing this Git stuff here first. Then I'm gonna do the JavaScript portion of the free code camp, I think. I might go even back, even before that. Not really sure. So I'm gonna put an alarm here for 4 hours. And then I'm gonna take a break after that. I think I might put some music as well. Because I wrote low in the RNG and my dopamine detox week is over. So I have this piano playlist here. I don't want to listen to. Yeah. So interested in learning Git? Well, you've come to the right place. Learn Git branching is the most visual, interactive way to learn Git on the web. You will be challenged with exciting levels, given step-by-step demonstration of powerful features, and maybe even have a bit of fun along the way. Through this dialog, you'll see variety of levels we have to offer. If you're a beginner, just go ahead and start with the first. I know some Git basics, try some later. This is basically a game that helps you understand Git. Why don't you go straight to the box? Just send the box next time, try this specially. GitHub has started naming the default branch main instead of master, to migrate away from biased terminology. In accordance with the industry-wide movement, we have also updated learning Git branching to use main instead of master. I think my computer, last time I pushed something to GitHub, had to use master instead. So I'm not really sure what's going on with that. And I think it was quite recently as well, when I was learning this Harvard course here. I was watching this course off stream, so I created a repository about it and pushed to GitHub, but it wasn't working because I was using main, or it was the other way around. It might be the other way around, which would make more sense. And I have to watch this as well. They're gonna talk about the different types of sorting. So the previous parts were really not interesting, were kind of basic, but yeah. So I think I'm gonna start from the beginning, even though I did some of this. Git commits. A commit in a Git repository requires a snapshot of all the tracked files in your directory. It's like a giant copy and paste, but everywhere. Git wants to keep commit. Keep commits as lightweight as possible though, so it doesn't just blindly copy the entire directory every time you commit. It can, when possible, compress a commit as a set of changes, or a delta, from one version of the repository to the next. It also maintains a history of which commits were made when. That's why most commits have ancestor commits above them. We designate these with arrows in our visualizations. Maintaining history is great for everyone working on the projects. It's a lot to take in, but for now, you can think of commits as snapshots of the projects. Commits are very lightweight. So let's see what happens. Yeah, so it's pretty much adding new stuff. Try it out, make sure commits. So I think I write here. It's commit. Don't know what that's showing. So did this pass or not? I think here the bottom is just social media stuff. Instructions. So I'll go back. Git commit again. Okay. So I had to type twice, not only once. Great job, you saw that in 2 commands for solution. But also you need to put a message usually. No, maybe it's on git add that you need to put a message, but from what I remember is git commit to specify what you're committing. Branches in Git are incredibly lightweight as well. They are simply pointers to a specific commit, nothing more. This is why many Git enthusiasts chant the mantra, branch early and branch often, because there is no storage memory overhead with making many branches. It's easier to logically divide up your work than have big beefy branches. When you start mixing branches and commits, you will see how these two features combine. For now though, just remember that a branch essentially says, I want to include the work of this commit and all parent commits. Let's see what a branch looks like. So like the name says, it's branching off the main thing here. That's all there is to branching. The branch new image in our first commit, C1. It's not very good of a visualization here. Yeah, but I guess, yeah. So this is pointing to this instead of continuing this line here, which is the main line. Let's try to put some work on this new branch, hit the button below. Oh no, the main branch moved, but the new image branch didn't. That's because we weren't on the new branch. And it's weird that the arrows are... So I guess the arrows show where each thing is pointing towards. It's not the direction of the commits. Which is a little bit confusing for me. I would rather it to be the other way around. The main branch moved, but the new image branch didn't. That's because we weren't on the new branch, which is why the asterisk was on the main. Let's now git one check out. We want to check out the branch with. This will put us on the new branch before committing our changes. So git check out new image, git commit. There we go. Our changes were recorded on the new branch. I didn't know that checkout did that. Git version 2.23, a new command called git switch was introduced to eventually replace git checkout, which is somewhat overloaded as a command. Does a bunch of separate things. Lesson here will still use checkout instead of switch because most people won't have access to switch yet. But part for the new command works in the app. If you want to try it out, you can learn here. Okay, we're all ready to get branching. Once this window closes, make a new branch named bug fix and switch to that branch. So we use git checkout /p. So git checkout changes the branches from what I remember. So checkout bug fix. So what's the name of the branch that I need to create? Oh, it's lowercase. I wonder if it's not allowed only here or... I think it's only here. So OBS disconnected. I put well, Now it should be the same here. Git checkout slash bug fix. What's the name of the thing? Well, it should be bug fix. Maybe they want me to do. Oh, maybe I don't have to use the. I don't know what's the name of the thing. The strings. Bug fix. Yeah, now it works. So I can't use it. For the commit message, I use the strings normally. When I'm using VS Code. So now I think the OBS reconnected. I'm not sure what's going on here. Maybe it's my internet. You solved the level. No, it's disconnected. It's still connected on my computer, but it's still disconnecting from Twitch. Solve the level in one command. Our solution is this true. Awesome, you match our exceeded our solution. Let's move on to merging in Git. Next level. Yes. Branches and merger. Great, we now know how to commit and branch. Now we need to learn some kind of way of combining the work from two different branches together. This will allow us to branch off, develop a new feature, and combine it back in. The first method to combine work that we will examine is git merge. Merging in Git creates a special commit that has two unique parents. A commit with two parents essentially means I want to include all the work from this parent over here and this one over here. And set off all their parents. It's easier with visuals. Let's check it out in the next view. Here you have two branches, each has one commit. There's a unique. Each has one commit that's unique. This means that the neither branch includes the entire set of work. The repository that we have done. Let's fix that with merge. We'll merge the branch bug fix into main. So here's bug fix, here's main. They are pointing to this. And now they are connected. Oh, yeah. So the flow of the thing is in the other direction of the arrows. See that first of all, main now points to a commit that has two parents. You follow the arrows up the commit tree from main, you hit a commit along the way. So I think I understand and don't need that dialogue there. So git checkout bug fix git merge main. This bug fix was an ancestor of main. Git didn't have to do any work. It simply just moved bug fix to the same commit main was attached to. Simply just moved bug fix to the same commit main was attached to. Now all the commits are the same color, which means that each branch contains all the work in the repository. To complete this level, do the following steps. Make a new branch called bug fix. Check out the bug fix branch with git checkout bug fix. Commit once. Go back to main with git checkout. Commit another time. So this is a lot more difficult than the previous one. Commit another time. Merge the branch bug fix into main with git merge. Now let's display this dialog objective. So I'm not sure if I'm gonna remember all of them. So I need first to create this bug fix. Git branch. I can do it in one line, but I'm gonna try doing on two. Just so I remember. Then git checkout main. Then what do I need to do? I forgot. I think merging comes now. I think I have to create another one. So I'll commit once, go back to main, git checkout. So I did the other way around. So I need to go back to the git checkout bug fix, git commit. I was forgetting git checkout main, and then git merge. Now I don't remember if it's git merge main because I'm on the main branch, so it's probably git merge bug fix. So now I need to commit another time. I'm on main now. So I did this step, commit another time, merge the branch, bug fix into main with git merge. So commit. Now they are separated because there is a different commit in main that there is in bug fix. Now I'm gonna try without arguments to see if it works. So probably git merge bug fix to specify. I wasn't sure because in the commit they don't put an argument, but usually you have to put a comment. I'd like to move on to rebase introduction like the next level. The second way of combining work between branches is rebasing. Rebasing essentially takes a set of commits, copies them, and plops them down somewhere else. While this sounds confusing, the advantage of rebasing is that if it can be used to make a nice linear sequence of commits. The commit log history of the repository would be a lot cleaner if only rebasing is allowed. Here we have two branches yet again. Note that the bug fix branch is currently selected. Note the asterisk. So this is selected. We would like to move our work from bug fix directly into the work from A. That way it would look like these two features were developed sequentially. When in reality they were developed in parallel. Let's do that with the git rebase command. Now, so it moves this from here. Got it. And also merges the work. So what if you rebase? Can you rebase the main to there? What happens then? Maybe probably can't. You can only rebase branches. Also, now the work from our bug fix branch is right on top of the main. We have a nice linear sequence of commits. Though the commit C tree still exists somewhere, it has a faded appearance in the tree, and C tree is a copy that we rebase onto main. The only problem is that main hasn't been updated either. Let's do that now. So now, I think makes more sense now. Now we are checked out on the main branch. Let's go ahead and rebase onto bug fix. There, since main was an accessor. So check out a new branch named bug fix. Commit once. Go back to main and commit again. Check out bug fix again and rebase onto main. So I believe, yeah. I hate that this dialog appears. I know the git check out the bug fix git commit git check out Dang. Now I don't remember if I have to commit. Look again. Yeah, commit and then rebase. And I have to check out your bug fix. Yeah, so that uh, needs to put rebase main. Uh, Moving on in Git. Before I get to some of the more advanced features of Git, it's important to understand different ways to move through the commit tree that represents your project. Once you're comfortable moving around your powers with other Git commands will be amplified. First, we have to talk about head. Head is the symbolic name for the currently checked out commit. It's essentially what commit you're working on top of. Head always points to the most recent commit, which is reflected in the working tree. Most key commands which make changes to the working tree will start by changing head. Normally head points to a branch name like bug fix. When you commit, the status of bug fix is altered and this change is visible through head. Let's see this in action. We will review head before and after commit. So git checkout C1, git checkout main, and git commit git checkout. The head was hiding underneath our main branch all along. Detaching head. Detaching head just means attaching it to a commit instead of a branch. This is what it looks like beforehand. So head points to main, which points to C1. Now it's head pointing to C1. To complete this level, let's detach head from bug fix and attach it to the commit instead. Specify this commit by its hash. The hash for each commit is displayed on the circle that represents the commit. I'm not sure if I understand the concept really well. Don't remember the command. I never used this one. So git detached. Uh, Detach main or bug fix. So what was the command there? Just show me the command. I don't think I can see it here. So where's the solution? Yeah, I can see it here, but I think I can just go through it again. I think it's this one, probably. So it's not using head anymore. So git checkout C1, git checkout main, git commit, git checkout C2. So checks out to C1, then goes back to main, makes a commit, checks out to C2. Git checkout C1. So just checkout. So it seems like I'm the bug fix branch. The instructions are not very clear here. Don't understand what I have to do. Maybe I need to make a commit here. And git checkout bug fix again. Yeah, I don't understand. Okay, now it shows up the head here. So how can I detach this motherfucker? I don't understand. Maybe need to read the dialogue to understand. Or I need to make commits maybe. Git commit here. Now works. So this is just visualization. Because the head was here on the main the whole time. And now it's on C1. But how? Oh, I have to check out on the same branch. So git checkout C4. Yeah, there we go. Solve the level. Command station is one. I still don't understand the concept really well though. Would you like to move on to relative routes? I guess the head keeps track of the whatever is being committed. Once you make a new branch, it goes directly into the commit stuff. But if wanted to continue on the branch you were working on previously, you need to check out there again. But yeah, isn't that what you would normally do anyway? Don't understand. Why is this useful? Moving around in Git by specifying commit hashes can get a bit tedious. In the real world, you won't have a nice commit tree visualization next to your terminal, so you have to use git log to see hashes. Furthermore, hashes are usually a lot longer in the real Git world as well. For instance, the hash of the commit that introduced the previous level is this long thing here. Doesn't exactly roll off the tongue. The upside is that Git is smart about hashes. Only requires you to specify enough characters of the hash until it uniquely identifies the commit. So I can type fat2 instead of the long string above. Because fat2 is the beginning there. Like I said, specifying commits by their hash isn't the most convenient thing ever, which is why Git has relative refs. They're awesome. Relative refs, you can start somewhere memorable, like the branch, bug fix, or head, and work from there. Relative commits are powerful, but we'll introduce two simple ones here. Moving upwards one commit at a time with the symbol. Moving upwards a number of times with num. Let's look at the caret operator first. Each time you append dash to a ref name, you are telling Git to find the parent of the specified commit. So saying main is equivalent to the first parent of main. Main with true is the grandparent, second generation ancestor of main. Let's check out the commands, okay? So it works backwards. We can also reference main. We can also reference head as a relative ref. Let's use that a couple of times to move upwards in the commit tree. So git checkout C3. It's gonna go here. Git checkout head. It's gonna go to C2. C1. It's just gonna go upwards. To complete this level, check out the parents commit of bug fix. This will attach head and specify the hash if you want, but try using relative hefs instead. Check out the parent commit of bug fix. Also, I need to move towards. I guess I can do it with the mouse, but it's not good practice. So we'll check out C1. No, but at what point am I using things mentioned? We solved level 3 resolution commands or solution uses one. Would you like to move? Would you like to move around? So maybe I need to do it with that stuff. Git check out C4 like this. Oh, it's the other way around. C4. So how I'm gonna do this with one command? Because I have to check out from A, I guess. Let me see the solution. Oh, it's bug fix. Git check out. But why the C4 doesn't work? Yeah, I don't understand this really well. I think it was this one that I stopped. Yeah. Also, can you use head to specify the head? So let's see here. Git check out C4. Because in my mind, they should go to C3 as well. maybe it has to start from the bottom, but this, I think this is showing that this is not a part of the main thing here. It's just a branch. So maybe it only works for branches as well. The ref doesn't not exist horizontal. So very confusing, the explanation they give. Maybe it's coming up next. Operators say you want to move a lot of levels up in the commit tree. Might be tedious to type this several times, so Git also has the title operator. Takes in trailing numbers that specify how many times you want to go up. So this goes up for time. Which forcing you're an expert on relative refs now, so let's actually use them for something. One of the most common ways I use relative refs is to move branches around. You can directly reassign a branch to a commit with the -f option. So something like git branch and /f main head tree. Moves by force the main branch to the three parents behind head. Let's see previous command in action. So git branch /f main head tree. Maybe I should be taking note of these commands. Git commands. Yeah, I have a list here that I did previously. So I think I'm just gonna type it here. Git branch /f main. Was branch the signifies or specifies how many levels above the specified branch. So let's go back. So I want to watch the animation again. So it moves git branch /f, moves main directly through here. Now that you have seen relative graphs and branch forcing combination, let's use them to solve the next level. To complete this level, move head, main, and bug fix to their goal destination shown. So they all have to be attached to C1. Main needs to be on C6, bug fix needs to be there. So I think it's git checkout. I'm not remembering really well. C1. But then it might not work because maybe git branch. I don't remember. What was the command? Let's see here. Yeah, git branch. And I need to specify which one I'm moving. So git branch f bug fix C1. Yeah. So it's maybe because I'm in head here. So Git branch head. But if I use C5, it's not gonna work as well. Let's see if I do this. Also, I'm on C2 now. Yeah, that's the thing that I don't understand. Why can't I move the other C stuff? I can use this as well. Yeah, but if I do this, I'm gonna move to C3 actually. It's not what I want. So I can just do this. So now I don't remember. Git branch -f add. Oh, that should be bug fix. So let's see the goal. Oh, so now it's correct here. Git branch -f bug fix. Now how am I gonna move this? There. I can use do that. True. And then git branch -f add by one. So maybe it's just git checkout 01. Yeah, I don't like the explanations at all. Obviously, the main issue is that I don't understand the difference between these C's and the names. This is why you can move around using the names and not the. Maybe it's from the game, or maybe it's not really explained really well. Solve the level in 5 commands or solutions 3. So I'm gonna see their solution. So git branch /f main c6. So he uses c6. Oh, it has to be caps lock. Maybe that's it. That's the problem. I'm using lowercase. So that's the issue. Okay, so how do I do? How do I go to the next one? Guess here. Reversing changes in Git. There are many ways to reverse changes in Git. Just like committing, reversing changes in Git has both a low-level component staging individuals, files, or chunks in the high-level component. All the changes are actually reversed. Our application will focus on the latter. The later. The later or the latter? I don't know. Let's see how this is spelled. I think it's the later, but I'm not really sure. Latter might be. What? Oh,
Ladder.
latter. Yeah.
Ladder.
There are two primary ways to undo changes in Git. One is using git reset, and the other is using git revert. So git reset had one undoes the feature change. Git revert had. Our resetting works great for local branches on your own machine. This method of rewriting history doesn't work for remote branches that others are using. In order to reverse changes and share those reverse changes with others, you choose git revert. Where the new commit plopped down below the commit we wanted to reverse. That's because this new commit see true with the, I don't know how to say this, the symbol here. Introduces changes. It just happens to introduce changes that exactly reverses the commit of C2. With reverting, you can push out your changes to share with others. To complete this level, reverse the most recent commit on both local and pushed. You will revert two commits total, one per branch. Or else forget to see the command. Yeah, I need to specify. So it's just git revert. And then the branch I'm on. Keep in mind that pushed is a remote branch and local is a local branch. That should help you choose your methods. So pushed is a remote, local. So I think here's going to be git reset. It doesn't do anything. So maybe I got the wrong order. Let's see what that is. Maybe it's git reset main. Let's test this the other way. Yes, I think it should be the other way around. So when using reset, I need to specify the one that I'm setting. Yeah, there we go. So far, we've covered the basics of Git, committing, branching, moving around the source. Maybe I should also Git reset, resets commits, use on, I think, main branch, remote branch. Git reverses commit, creates new identical to previous. Reverse changes. Use it on local branches. It's 50. Git committing, branching, and moving around in the source tree. Just these comps are enough to leverage 90% of the power of Git repositories and cover the main needs of developers. The remaining 10%, however, can be quite useful during complex workflows, or when you've gotten yourself into a bind. Next concept we're going to cover is moving our workaround. In other words, it's a way for developers to say, want this work here and that work there, in precise, eloquent, flexible ways. Git cherry takes one of the fun forms. Git cherry commits 1 and commit 2. It's a very straightforward way of saying that you would like to copy a series of commits below your current location head. I personally love cherry because there's very little magic involved. It is easy to understand. So here I'm gonna put just so I understand. So let's see. This could be accomplished through a rebase, which we have already learned, but let's see how cherry performs. Git cherry C2, C4. 2 and C4. We want to commit C2 and C4 and Git plop them down right below us. Simple as that. So it moves the commits below the one you're working on. To complete this level, simply copy some work from 3 branches shown in main. You can see which commits you want by looking at the goal visualization. So I need to move C4 or C7 as well. Only the main branch will be checked in this level. The other branches are simply for reference. So C4 and C3. So git carry C4 C3. I forgot the order. Yeah, so now I'm not sure about, I think this will work, but if it doesn't, I just redo it. Yeah, so I need to check out first. No, but if I check out, it's not gonna work. Now I can do git cherry pick. Maybe this will work. Yeah, that's not what I wanted. Oh, now it works with lowercase. Oh, I have to do it on C6 then. Yeah, so then I don't know. Maybe if I do it on another instead, but yeah, let's try that. Finally. But the wrong order. Yeah, so the order has to be the same there. So whichever one comes first is going to be closest to the main tree. The main thing there. I'm not sure how true. But this is not what they want. Oh, they want C6 should be. Oh, so they do want to create a new one. These explanations are confusing. So let's reset again. Now C3, C4, C7. And C they go again. Yeah, so this should be from C1, which is the current one. Yeah, so now I think it will work, probably. So I think this is enough for now. Because I already worked on the main ones. So this is to copy. Yeah, we're just gonna see the solution. I think the other ones I'm just gonna briefly look at the solution and then start the free code camp stuff. Also, it just uses over here, but does the same thing. That I did. Yeah, the other ones might be interesting, but I still don't have experience with working on big projects, so I'm gonna retain. It's less more likely that I retain information when I have experience and is important to me. So I'm not gonna do this. So now let's start with the free code camp stuff. So basic, I'm not gonna do. I'm gonna see if there's anything here that I wanna redo as well. I need to study metadata and ranking, SEO, that kind of stuff when building HTML. But I don't think I don't think free code camp shows that. The other thing I want to understand is WebKit because it seems to be everywhere. Most web pages from the inspect thing show some sort of WebKit stuff. So I think what I will do is actually start from JavaScript, and for the CSS and HTML part, I'm gonna inspect web pages, kind of like Twitch or YouTube, and then I will search for stuff that I don't understand, and search on YouTube or Google or DuckDuckGo, I should say. Press scope of the var. Use this structuring assignment to extract values from objects. Use the spread operator to evaluate arrays in place. So I wonder if my solution is gonna show. Let's see. Okay, so it doesn't show. Nice. Use the spread operator, which allows us to expand arrays and other expressions in places where multiple parameters of elements are expected. This is applied to compute the maximum value in an array. We have to use math.maxApply. Copy all contents of array 1 into another array 2. So I assume is this. Yeah, okay. Let's go back. Create a module. Getters and setters. There are some things with export here that I wanna use export to share code block here. So maybe I'll start from here. this export and promise, I don't remember really well. Add a script to the HTML document of type module and give it the source file of index. So I think this is maybe they just want me to put this here. Type equals a module. Source equals index.js. So use export to share a code block. Imagine a file called mathfunctions.js that contains several functions related to mathematical operations. One of them is stored in a variable add that takes in two numbers and returns their sum. You want to use this function in several different JavaScript files. In order to share it with these other files, you first need to export it. Yeah, so it's different than Python, that you just need to import the file. But maybe, yeah, maybe this is so you use it on a bunch of files without having to import in every single one of them. The above is a common way to export a single function, but you can achieve the same thing like this. So export const add, and then use the export here. When you export a variable or function, you can import it in another file and use it without having to rewrite the code. You also have to do this in order to import. You can export multiple things by repeating the first example for each thing you want to export and placing them all in the export statement of the second example like this. There are two string-related functions in the editor. Export both of them using the method of your choice. So let's think about this. Yeah, so this is kind of like similar to that if name equals main on Python. But yeah, obviously different because you're not changing the file itself. No, actually you are changing the file itself, but it allows you more flexibility than the if name equals main. Unless you can use if name equals main on multiple places of the same file, but I'm not sure. Probably not. Yeah, you can just specify under if name equals main the functions you want to run, but then it's different because it's not like you're selecting different functions for the other file to be able to use. But I guess this, when you import this, is gonna run anyway. So you export on this file, then you import on another one. Probably when you're importing, that is gonna run automatically. So I'm not really sure about that. So maybe I still need to research stuff about this later. Add a proper import statement that will allow the current file to use the uppercase string and lowercase string. So imports are different than Python as well. So use this. Have to specifying. So now I'm not sure if I should do string functions .js here. Or if I should do like this. Yeah, so it's clearly not this one. Or maybe it is this one, but with this. So I assume it's gonna be something like this. Or it allows you to choose the path. Just add from. Here imports we will find add math functions. Yeah, you can import more than one item. I forgot the. I think it's true lowercase and true uppercase on Java. On JavaScript, sure. Change the strings, but I don't remember really well. The code in this file requires the contents of the file string functions.js. See if I can do it just like this. Probably not, because I need this. So it doesn't work. I'll be right back. So, oh, the asterisk. Then you should do from. Yeah, but this is not the recommended to use usually. So maybe it's the other way around. Export this as. It still doesn't work. Maybe is the dot here, specify. String functions. I don't want to read the whole thing. Yeah, there we go. Export lesson, you learn about the syntax. There's another export. So I think I'm gonna put some music here. I feel like listening to some music. I think I'm gonna put on all volume on string and increase my volume. I'm not sure if it's really low or not. That's the problem. No, I think it's low. So below are examples using export default. The first is a named function, the second is an anonymous function. So this is just using add here and nothing here. Export default is used to declare a fallback value for a module or file. You can only have one value by be a default export in each module or file. Additionally, you cannot use export default with varlet or const. The following function should be the fallback value for the module. So it's just export default here. Let me think if this reminds me of anything in other languages, in Python. Because Python is the one that I'm more used to now. So I think I'm gonna change this. Yeah, I don't know. I'm trying to relate this to also C++, the little bit that I know, to try to understand how it's working behind the scenes, the functionality and the differences. Learn about export default and uses. To import a default export, you need to use a different import syntax. The follow add in the message here's how to import it. Or add from this. Syntax differs in one key place. The imported value add is not surrounded by curly braces. Add here is simply a variable name for whatever the default export. So I need to copy this stuff, probably, and use subtract here. Create a new promise called make server requests. Pass in the function with resolve and reject parameters to the constructor. So promise is an object, I guess. That's resjack, which takes a function as an argument to initialize the object, the class. And maybe that's what I need to do here. New promise called make server requests. So maybe I need to do exactly like this here. There we go. Make the promise, handle success and failure. If the response from server is true, call the resolve method to successfully complete the promise. Let's try it with just these ones. Make the promise and the success if the response from server is true, call the resolve method should successfully complete the promise. So I need to call it. Pass resolve a string with the value we got the data. Yeah, but I don't understand what is exactly what am I supposed to pass as an argument there, the resolve. So it's gonna be a function, if I maybe should call it. Maybe I should read this one, just because I don't remember it really well. A promise has 3 states, pending, fulfilled, and rejected. Promise you created in the last challenge is forever stuck in the pending state because you did not add a way to complete the promise. To resolve and reject parameters given to the promise argument are used to do this. Resolve is used when you want your promise to succeed, and reject would use when you want it to fail. These are methods that take an argument as seen below. But it doesn't explain what the arguments are. So maybe in the future lessons it will. Promises are most useful when you have a process that takes an unknown amount of time in your code, i.e. something asynchronous. Often a server request, we make a server request, it takes some amount of time, it completes usually. This can be achieved by using the then method. The then method is executed immediately after a promise is fulfilled with resolve. Here's an example. Results comes from the argument given to resolve method. Add the then method to your promise, use the result as the parameter of its callback function, and log results to the console. So I have this promise here that is going to activate this. So I need to put .then here to specify what's going to happen after the call. Then I need to console log results. Yeah, I feel like there's definitely a clear improvement in the way that I think about these things from the first time that I did it and now. It's like much more clear to understand what's going on. So I think one thing they could do to improve this is to first teach people how the connections work. I think that's more important. But maybe it's necessary to know this beginner stuff to understand that. Because for me, the main point of confusion when I was starting was the APIs and server requests and how everything connects. And now that I have a better understanding of that, it's a lot easier to think in terms of this. Hey man, thanks. I already did this, so I'm just reviewing. But it might be, some of them might be difficult because I forgot about them. But so far, so good. Catch is the method you use when your promise has been rejected. It is executed immediately after promise reject method is called. Here's the syntax. Here is the argument passed in the reject method. Add the catch method to your promise. Use the error as the parameter of its callback function and log error to the console. So here's the same thing as before, but catch instead of then. So it's like a try catch for Python. Like explaining how working works is not JavaScript's job. You might just have to link to a network course too. Yeah, I was saying like before all the courses, even before HTML and CSS, they should have an overall course, like a video that doesn't even have to be a course, but a video that explains the connection between all the things, you know, maybe a diagram or something that explains what's happening when you're connecting to the internet, where is the data going through, where it's coming from, how is that all related, how the idea is related to the browser and all that kind of stuff. But I might be thinking this way because I don't realize how much progress I made since I started. And this is something that is normal to happen with everyone, that we take for granted because we don't see the change when they're going through the process. So it might be the case that a beginner it wouldn't be good to a beginner because it would be too much right away, and it's better to do this way. So I'm not sure. Yeah, it feels much more from the first time I did this. I have some music going on, so it's really loud here. Yeah, the one thing that I remember was I had a lot of trouble understanding when I got to these parts here, like how exactly is connected, where is everything coming from, why is this things work. So maybe if I had a understanding of what's going on between things, because when you're beginning as well, you don't know that everything is pretty much arrays and all this stuff. I kind of have the feeling I remember now when I was learning JavaScript that I thought when is the actual coding is gonna become it's gonna come, when is the actual programming is gonna come. I didn't understand that everything works in arrays and all this stuff, but now it makes a lot of sense, obviously, because it's hard to understand how those blocks become this information here. It's kind of crazy that it actually happens this way. It's all mathematics behind the scenes. Yeah, exactly. But you don't think like that, right? When you're beginning and you don't understand anything, you, I was waiting for the moment where I don't know, like I remember having this feeling of why I'm doing this thing with strings. Like, what's the point of this? Why I'm playing, trying to change these lists and this stuff. When is the actual coding is gonna come? On the high level and end of abstraction here. Yeah, yeah. Now I've studied a bunch and I understand now much better how the computer actually works. You know, the programming and stuff, how everything becomes this. But thanks for the follow. I think it was you. Yeah, on link, sure. Thanks. So where is the argument passed in the introduce the reject method, add the catch method to a promise, use error as the parameter of its callback function. So maybe it's just that. Should log console. Yeah, but I still don't feel like I really know this stuff. There's a long way to go still. But it is I'm a lot better than when I began. That's what matters. Apply the regex, my regex on the string, my string using the dot test method. So assume it's gonna be this. My regex dot test, my string. There we go. Complete the regex, while do regex, find while do. I also don't know if that's encouraging or awful, but the learning never ends. Yeah, exactly. To me, it's encouraging. I like to learn. It's definitely difficult uh, as well. But the more you go through the difficult parts and you keep going, and you have the reference of experience of understanding how much better you can visualize things, the easier it becomes to go through those challenges again. So it just creates a virtuous cycle of growth. Just like going to the gym is the same thing in everything pretty much. And if you quit, it's the same way that you just get more and more depressed, and then it goes like a very vicious cycle. Complete the regex. Waldo regex should find Waldo in the string Waldo is hiding with a little match. So let's see here. Wrong regex. Having wrong regex like that. So you have to change this line. So I just need to change maybe the name from search to Waldo. Yeah, that's probably what I need to do. Yeah, there we go. With the regex, pet regex to match the pets, dog, cat, bird, or fish. So regex, FCC, regex to match free code camp, no matter its case. It should be lower or uppercase. Oh. So now I'm not sure if I should change this one. So maybe I should do it here. There we go. Apply the dot match method to extract the string coding. Yeah, this is I'm part on the regular expression stuff. I think I'm gonna jump to the other stuff that I need to remember. Maybe debugging is useful as well. Another thing that I feel that it happens a lot is that they use all these names that make it seem like a lot more complex than it is. At least for me. And I don't know if that's yeah. Maybe it's just me, but in the way I perceive those words, but it is useful. But I'm not sure if it's useful to go through here. I think it's more useful to learn on the IDEs. So, and to be honest, so far I only use print statements to debug. I need to become more comfortable with using the IDEs debuggers. Yeah, everybody does it, but no one wants to admit that they use it. The thing about using a debugger is that I feel like it's kind of using straps in the gym. Like, the good thing about the print statement is that it's the same on any IDE and same on all the other languages, but the debugger might change every time. So I don't know, but maybe I'm seeing that in the wrong way. Because probably, yeah, to solve more complex problems, you probably need to be being good at the debugger is probably gonna help. It does not have an output device. And when is that the case? Maybe inside of a function, right? That doesn't return anything. I don't know. Yeah. But the thing is, I don't have any reference experience of debugging something like that. So at least for me, I'm not, probably for everyone actually, you retain information better when you have experience of trying to do something and failing at it, because then it's kind of like your brain activates and you realize, oh, this is important, I really need to learn this. But if you don't have experience, then it's kind of like a whatever. It's kind of this boring thing that I don't wanna I don't wanna pay attention to this and just get to the real stuff. So I remember push and shift, I think. Pop and shift, splice, slice. I know the spread operator, but I'm not really good at with it. Open array if the spread operator. Complex, so this is nested arrays probably. This is objects dot keys. I remember I had some trouble with this the first time, but I think I get it now, but I'm not really sure. Might be good to review. Yeah, this part I think I had trouble with when I was starting. So maybe you start from here. Use the delete keyword to remove object properties. So delete deletes the property. So you can use delete foods dot oranges. Can I copy this doing something? Yeah, I probably can't use any, well, this works for selecting. It's probably the same as the VS Code editor hotkeys. Yeah, it's the same, but how can I copy? I don't remember really well. I know the PyCharm shortcuts now, but I wrote them down also. But I still have to study the VS Code ones. Strawberries. Finish writing the function so that it returns true if the object passed through it contains all four names. So I think here, yeah, it's has own property. So it's probably if users dot has on. But I remember this really being really confusing. So, and here you should get the habit of doing this as well. The function so that there is two, the object passes through it contains all four names. So it needs to have Alan. users.alan. Two, 3, 4. Oh, but then I can use. So yeah. So if it doesn't, then I return true. No, I return false. And if it has, return true. So Alan, Jeff, Sarah, Brian. It's still returning false. I type this correctly. So maybe I can't do them all in the one line. I need to separate them. Or maybe I need to use this. I think I forgot as well. I should do the end on the. I think in Python and C++ there's a difference between using two of them and one of them. And using one, you shift the bit. It's a bitwise operation. And using both is to verify truth. But I'm not really sure as well. I don't remember really well. It's like and in Python. So when you use one, it's bitwise, right? Yeah. I don't understand bitwise as well. Really well. I know it's shifting the bits somehow, but I don't really understand how it works. So this, maybe I need to do it in separate lines here. I can just copy this. I need to make this an end. And now I change the names and see if it works. But it's still giving me false now. So maybe I need to do 4 if statements, but that doesn't feel like it's good. 101 and 110 equals 100. The bitwise and only the bits that are 1 in both remain 1 in the result. The bitwise shifts to the left, you say. Only the bits that are 1 in both remain 1 in the result. Oh, okay. The other operations work in a similar way. Yeah, but what does it mean to do? Let's say I have a string Alan, and then do Alan and Jeff, let's say. That's kind of hard to understand, right? Because what exactly does that mean? I remember using that from Stack Overflow on some situation with NumPy and Pandas. That to filter out a Pandas data frame, and then they suggested using this, but I didn't understand at all what's going on, but it worked, so. Yeah. But I believe you can use to filter data frames in some situations. But I don't understand why. I remember that I used and it worked. And it was from a suggested answer was from an answer of a Stack Overflow question. Some languages allowed overriding operators. Yeah. It's still difficult for me to understand. It's gonna take some time. Because it's hard to think about words as numbers. And especially when you're translating from decimal to binary to hexadecimal. That's really difficult. Like, I don't think people do it in their head. The calculations is probably impossible. So there must be a way that they're conceptualizing this that I don't understand. Like, how do you shift a string to the left? Doesn't make sense. You're manipulating the address in memory, but it's kind of strange. Really? Comes with time. To me, it seems impossible. I was like, because the numbers are huge. If you do it, it's usually right. Like memory addresses are in the billions. Some of them probably. So how are you gonna? It's kind of tough. You can add, modify, and remove keys from objects, but what if we just wanted to know if an object has a specific property? JavaScript provides us with two different ways to do this. Has one property method and the other uses the in keyword. If you have an object users with a property of Alan, we could check for its presence in either of the following way. So maybe I don't need to use properties here. Oh, maybe I should check because I'm already using users. So just Alan here. Yeah, Alan. So maybe it has to be on strings. But then it doesn't make sense because... Or maybe it does, I don't know. Let's test. Let's see. True, okay, that's it. User's object should not be accessed directly. So I'm not sure now. Maybe I should use the in stuff. Usually you don't shift an address unless you do some really hacky stuff. Yeah, maybe let me try to see if I find the bitwise operation refute on this frame. I probably still have here in my computer somewhere. I just don't remember the question what I was trying to solve there. Yeah, here they have an explanation, but because Python is written in C, so it does make sense that this will be. Maybe in JavaScript, it also makes sense because I think JavaScript is written in C as well. I'm not really sure. Yeah, all the languages are written in C actually. But I don't know if some of them, I think probably all of them maintain these things, but I'm not really sure. First pandas will create a series of truths or falses depending on the result of these operations. Careful, you have to put braces around the outer expressions because Python will always try to resolve first bitwise operators, then the other comparison operators. Yeah, so I'm not gonna remember right now, but I know you can do this kind of stuff on pandas. And my solution specifically, it worked with the bitwise operation and not the truthy operation, let's say. With the didn't work with when I was using both and worked when I was using only one. I remember being really confused at the time. But yeah. End up working on low level stuff. We usually don't need bit manipulation nowadays. Once you look fancy. Well, eventually I want to build my own AI library, but it's a long-term goal. So, and I want to work with AI stuff. So I kind of want to do, yeah, I want to do low-level stuff eventually. I'm not sure if I'm gonna go down to C, but yeah. There's this game I was playing as well that I want to finish, and it's really interesting. I'm doing free code camp challenges again to remember how everything works because I forgot. And I'm trying to pass this challenge here. She's failing, but I don't know why. Because I got the correct response here. But it's still failing on this one because I can't access the user's object directly. So 8 shifter equal to 3 and some processors that is faster than 8 times 4. But the compiler usually optimizes that for you anyway. Yeah, that makes sense. And does that maintain over the program? Because I know that floating points is like the floating points are usually dangerous because they're not exactly the same. And whenever something's not specified, or there's something like that on C++ where you initialize variables and then they can have a random value, but the compiler is not gonna show an error, so it might fuck up the program eventually. And I think that's another thing that if you're gonna do stuff like this, to shift I think it's shifts that you're doing there from 8 to true to make it 30 true. You might screw up other things as well. Yeah, but users Alan doesn't work because you're using the users, I think. The lesson is about has own property, and yeah, has own property and in, so I expect you have to use one of those. Can't shift floats anyway unless you work at AD software. Huh. Are you sure about that? I'm not really sure. Because everything is a bit essentially, right? Oh, click the wrong button. So eventually I want to finish this game here as well. Which really allows you to understand how the computer thinks. It's pretty much building logic gates, and then you build your own computer, and then you get to the programming part, CPU architecture, functions, and assembly eventually. But I'm not sure if that's useful to get a job, because I don't know if this is not something you can show to people, so I'll probably do this later on. I need quotes because if I don't, it's gonna scream. Allen is not defined. Unless I use the users, but I try to do that and also doesn't work. And this way is showing true here. So it means this condition is working. But the only issue is that I'm using the users. So I think what I need to do is do like this, Allen in users. But that's accessing the users as well, so I'm not sure. Maybe I have to do this on all of them. Yeah, the compiler. Wait, let me see. The compiler won't let you. Usually won't let you. Okay. So you can do it, but the compiler prevents you from screwing yourself. You just pretend the float is an integer. It treats silent as a variable, which is different from a string. Yeah. I did that in the famous Quake fast inverse. Yeah, I think I saw something about that. I did that in the famous Quake fast inverse square root. It was something about a bug or something like that. I don't remember what it was, but I remember seeing a video about it. Line 2, you need more quotes. Line 2. Here? But here is far from the program, from the challenge itself. You can't change this. Here is he's initializing a variable here, or she, called users that creates this object here that contains these properties. And you need to change only between these lines here, which is inside of this function. Oh, you can use user object here. That's probably what I'm doing wrong. So I should do user object as own property instead. There we go. Because I'm accepting argument here, and I want to check if the argument has the property or not, and then it's probably gonna call the function. Yeah, calls the function with the users here, which passes here. Yeah, yeah. No, don't worry, man. It's completely fine. Walking through the challenge helps me learn as well. So and I'm used to be embarrassed now, trying to solve this stuff while being recorded. Because I fail so many times. We define a function count line which accepts one argument. I think the music stopped here. Okay, no. We define a function count line which accepts one argument, a user object. Use a for-in statement within the function to loop through the user's object passed into the function. Return the number of users whose online property is set to true. An example of a user's object which could be passed to count online is shown below. Each user will have an online property with either a true or false value. So again, I need to loop through this. So now I need to remember how to do, I think, I don't remember really well how to do for loops on JavaScript, but I think something like this. Then user objects dot length I++. So that should be I plus equals there. Is the other way around? How do I increment by 1 here? And here's probably like this. Okay, now it's correct. But then, yeah, I have to access directly here, I guess. The users of object I. So I need to make an if statement. If this equals true, and here apparently I can't do this because of this. Okay. Then what do I need to do? It's a learning process. They have it at the top of problem. I think it's for I in user's object. Oh, you're talking about the for loop. Is user's object really an array? User's object is the argument of the function here. So you always have to see the way they're calling here. And they're passing the users, which is this variable here. And this variable is an object. You can see because of the curly braces. This object contains 3 names. And then I think I have to loop through this object and check if it's online or not. If it's online, it's going to be true. Online is going to be equal to true. And if it's false, then it means that it's offline. But I don't remember what I need to do with each one of them. So in this case, it's confusing because users object is actually users. Because they're passing users here. So you want to create a general function that loops through an object whenever you pass an object through the function. And then filters the object based on the conditions you want. Which I think later on they're gonna introduce, if they haven't already, .filter. So maybe I should be using filter, but then I don't see the point of using the function. So I think I need to create a for loop. Because filter is a JavaScript built-in method to filter an object or array based on a function. Do you mean length? No, oh, here we're talking about the error before. I++ will do the same, okay. Guys, probably better to do it like this, but I thought it was a mistake with this. I didn't understand it was the comma. But looping through it as an array is not what the problem is teaching. Length spelling is wrong. Oh, so why it's working? It's here, it's like this? No. Like this? No, I think it's correct. No, undefined. Maybe, let me just copy it straight. Yeah, I always misspelled. Oh, but it's undefined because of this here. It's still undefined. Still undefined, so. Maybe it's still wrong, but now I think it's correct. You're looping through the object incorrectly. Scroll up on the left. Here? Oh, so here. Okay. Oh, so I don't need to do this for loop here. That's what I was talking about before. And now I just use user here. Probably does the same thing, but yeah. I forgot how to do this kind of stuff. Maybe I need to do, yeah, user objects here. I forgot how to do this kind of stuff on JavaScript. Oh, user's object length. That was wrong, probably, as well. Where's the user object? Also, the user isn't true. We're looking for the online property. So, but if I'm looping through it, isn't the user gonna be... Oh yeah, that's true. So, online. So now it's correct, right? Now I just have to do something inside the if statement. The one equal statement, you're just assigning it. It's like a reference. The double one is equality. And then the when you use tree is strict equality. If I understand correctly. Oh, I can do just the thing, right? That's what I'm talking about. Yeah, that's much better. Yeah, I forgot about that. So now what do I do here inside? I think it's a newbie habit that I picked up. I gotta drop this habit. We define a function called a line which accepts one argument, a user's object. Is a for in statement. Oh, that's why I use that for loop. But whatever. It's good to know this one. Or maybe this is the one that they're talking about. It's a for in statement within this function to loop through the user's object pass into the function return the numbers of users whose online property is set true. So now I just return user. But why is it giving me undefined here? Const is users. You want to count the number? Oh, I want to count the number. So I need to return a number here. So I can make a variable and then outside of this loop and then increase the variable and return the number. You're talking about here? Oh, let users. Huh. Are you sure about this? Need to increase, yes. Because yeah, the thing is that is passing the object here. So users object is actually users. So I want to loop through the users object. And each user is going to be Alan, Jeff, or Sarah, as far as I understand. It's still giving me undefined if I change the thing here. Yeah. So if I do like this, still shows up undefined. I think I need to increase here, like Barry is saying. Increment the count, right? I need to be count plus plus, and then I need to make that count equals 0 here. And then I need to return count. Like that. So something is off here. Let's see. Okay, it doesn't work. I think that the way that Barry is suggesting is probably the right path here. I tried that one, it didn't work. It doesn't work. So let's see this. The function count line should return 1 when so maybe it's the when the object along line false, return true. Space strings. So it should be working here. Maybe we can console log. And so it's console logging 1. So let me read this again. the function count online should return 1 when the object, so when there's 1 true, returns 1. True, both of them are true. So it is what we think it should be doing. So how can I do this? User is an object printing 0 both times though. Yeah, that's interesting. So maybe let's print this and see what happens. Yeah, but I think it's not the, I think the console log is not the, what is printing here. Counts. Oh, yeah, that might be the problem. You're right. It still doesn't work. Maybe it's because I'm returning count here. But it should return this. Oh, let's try and see. No, that's not the problem. I don't remember if it seems to work on the I, so I assume it does. Inside the loop that I was doing before with I++. I think the user.online check isn't working. Yeah, so maybe it's user, but then it has to access the online property. Oh, so now it's different. So it's probably is this. Let's try. Yeah, but this doesn't make sense as well. Dot online. Yeah. Line 16. So now it's showing 1 here. Shows 1, then undefined, undefined, and 1. Which one is true, right? User online. No, same thing. I think we need to read this first. Define a function. I think I read this already, actually. Maybe it wants us to use the has on property instead. Or this let here. But then the user is not defined. But then I just define as this. I don't think it makes sense. If there was a way to see what the user is, if, to me, oh yeah, so it is Alan here, showing Alan, and then the count, which is 0. No, it's the console log here, which is 0. So this should be returning 1. One level out. So yeah, makes sense. Makes sense. Because I'm looping and I'm returning. Yeah, that's the issue. But now it's still 0. Well, let's see if it works. Probably because it isn't looping. I don't know. It's still off. But I think it's closer now than it was before. So maybe I have to change this again. Shouldn't matter though, because it's the same thing. Dot online. But it's still the same thing, man. Because I think you can access in both ways. That shouldn't matter that much. But I think users is the correct thing that it was supposed to be. Alan, Jeff, and Sarah. Let's see user.online. So now it's undefined. Oh, but I need to print inside of this. And then it only prints after. Well, but I think yeah, it's 0 and 0. So maybe if I reverse this condition here. Yeah, now it works. That's the problem. Oh, but now it's 3. That's so weird. So let me read from the beginning this stuff. So sometimes you may need to iterate through all objects called foreign statement for our users objects. So for let user in users. Maybe it was the stuff that it was suggested, but the thing is, it doesn't make a lot of sense to do this. I think it's gonna be the same thing. Yeah. Define a function called online which accepts an argument. Note objects do not maintain an ordering to store keys like arrays do. Thus, keys objects. Define a function called online which accepts an argument. A user objects use a foreign statement within this function to loop through the user's object pass into the function return the number of users whose online property is set to true. So I need to return the number of users whose online property is set to true, yeah. So maybe I should return the user instead. I think what the problem here is that we're returning the number. It might be the case that it wants us to return the users instead. Oh, that's what they want. In this function, best. The number of users whose online property is set to true. Example of a user object which could be passed through count online is shown below. Which user either true or false. Yeah. It doesn't work. It gives 3 here now. Which means that all of them are set to false. Because it's giving 0 here as well. But it clearly there's 1 true here. Maybe if I change this, I'm gonna change something. No. So the problem has to be here. And in this user here. Let's see if I erase this. Now it's 3. And this 0. Maybe it's the test itself, man. I think they have a hint here. Yeah, which was weird. Maybe if I do the has on property stuff. Then it works. I think that's what they want me to do. probably. User. Now it's tree. Yeah, but then has own property. No, it's user.online. No, yeah, but that doesn't make sense. Doesn't make sense at all. Yeah, but it doesn't make sense because then I'm gonna be checking if it has a property or not. Not the value of the property itself. I just realized. Maybe I should do, yeah, but if I do this, doesn't make sense as well. To me, it seems like this is correct. I don't see the problem with this. Let's see the tip here. Oh, so the access, maybe it's the equality stuff. Because it has to be strictly equal to true. That's the problem. Oh yeah, I get it now. I think I know what's going on. But let's see if it works first. It doesn't work. But I think the problem here is that when you only do this, it checks if the thing itself is true, not if the value is true. Does that make sense or? And it's accessing here like this, so might be this is a problem. Doesn't make sense. Yeah, but it's a boolean to test if the object exists, if the value exists here. Like, is it testing if online exists or is it testing the value of online? I'm not pretty sure. Yeah, but I want to understand what's going on. They have the solution. I can just look at the solution in case. Yeah, here. Because I think it's important to understand. Uses square brackets and this uses. Here inside of this statement or outside. Not really properties of undefined winding online. So it's saying this is undefined. If I run this. I think I'm just gonna look at the solution and see. Does it have an idea? Because this doesn't work. Yeah. So what's different between this and this? Only the brackets here. That's really weird. So now it works. But why the hell? I think I always had a problem with this. It doesn't make sense at all to me. User is the index, but it shouldn't matter, right? Because you can access with the dot. Oh, maybe it does, actually. If it works like a number, but... But I remember if I console log here, user, it shows me the names, so... Maybe because it's a string. Or, no, but here is not a string. Array will be defined with brackets user 0. Is it really that? User is the object with just names. It doesn't show you the whole object. No, I understand what you mean, but I still don't understand the difference between doing this and just doing the dot here. Oh, I think the problem is, I'm not sure, but it might be because of the assignment here. Is an order of assignment, because when the program reads this user, yeah, but then why does the bracket works? The object indexes, that should work. You might need pair object.user online. Still undefined. I think it's something like both of you are saying, but it's probably a problem on the execution of this. Is the only thing that makes sense to me, because when you're creating user here, the computer doesn't have access to the object, the entire object maybe, but it doesn't make a lot of sense to me, because if you console log, it shows the names. So, but yeah, I don't know. So maybe if I do Alan here instead, let's see, like this, doesn't pass. Well, but Alan is false. Now it's 3, so it works. I think I'm gonna search this up actually. User objects, user's object, user is not an array index, not a property. But isn't user's object an object? So if I understand what you're saying that user is like a number, because it's accessing the index of the object. But if that's the case, it shouldn't be printing the name there. It should be printing the number, right? It should be 0, 1, 1 and 2. The name is the index. So there's a difference between the way that the computer accesses in JavaScript that information. Is there a way you can check that? Like some function or some... How do you do type in JavaScript? I think it's type of the right way. String. Oh, that's why. I think that's why. Because it is considered as a string and you can't access strings directly. That's the reason. So if you change this to a number, then it's gonna work. So if I put 1 here, 0 here, 0 here. Then I can do this. Oh, it's still undefined. Because this is still a string. Huh. Weird. So why is this a string and not? It's clearly a number here. You can't propertify strings, yeah. I think you need users equals empty array with array notations. So in the number if you use array notation. So like this. Yeah, doesn't work. Maybe the properties of an object are always strings. I think, let me try like this. It's still a string. Maybe if I change the number to something else. Users equals array, oh, the array encapsulating everything. Yeah, but then it's not an object anymore, right? You're saying like doing like this. Can't index by both strings and numbers, both. In curly braces, the indexes are automatically strings. Yeah, that's what I'm assuming from this. But I'm not sure if that's the case, actually. So how can I search for this? Yeah, and it's saying that is a string, right? Even it's like it acts like a variable because it doesn't have quotes, but it is a string. But the question is, are all properties of objects? So maybe that's what I should ask the DuckDuckGo. Are all property of objects strings? I think this is important to know because it's probably something fundamental to the language that is good to understand. JavaScript string object refers to a string. Can be created by the string constructor. Maybe I should also read the documentation of the built-in functions on JavaScript the same way that I read on Python to understand more how the language works behind the scenes, behind the methods and all of this stuff. This is about the object string. Do you have suggestions on what to search? Maybe how objects are constructed in JavaScript? How to list? Like this? I'm gonna search for this next. What's the best way to retrieve a list of property names? Yeah, this doesn't, that's what we want. So I think I'm gonna search for how objects are constructed in JavaScript. Maybe that's not the best way. Maybe there's a easier way to search for. And this is about classes. Oh, nice. How did you find this? If you don't mind sharing the the search thing you used. Let me strings. From what I know, keys are only strings since numbers are coerced into strings anyway. I just want to check. So, oh, numbers are coerced into strings anyway. JavaScript built-in objects do provide hash table functionality using the square brackets notation for properties, provided your keys are strings or numbers. Don't you check and be sure that what is stated above is false, since keys can't be numbers. So keys can't be numbers. Standardize. Okay, JavaScript property has should be a string. That should be a string. Yeah, DuckDuckGo. Yeah, I also use DuckDuckGo. That seems to be incorrect. Object keys are always. Why is this? This one? Maybe strings are since ACMA script symbols, but that is a different topic to square bracket property access. But if they're always strings, how can you access them with dots in any situation? Or should you always use brackets? That's what's weird to me, because by name is in either dot notation, member expression, identifier name, call expression, member expression, call. Non-notation is explained by the following syntax conversion. It's identical in its behavior to member expression, and similar call expression. So when using dot notation, the bit after the dot must fit the criteria for an identifier name. So member expression, call expression. I think I'm gonna print this stuff. It seems like it's important. To remember. Try user.allen.online, but then it's gonna be, I think I tried that. It's gonna give me Allen is not defined. Because Allen is, JavaScript only has access to Allen inside of the scope of the users. Because it's a local variable, I think. After line 26. Just to see. but it's not gonna work. It has to be inside of here somehow. Yeah, but then it doesn't work because I'm trying to access this stuff. Maybe it works. Let me see. Because I'm accessing the thing first, right? So it should work. Yeah, but then I have a feeling it's not gonna work. But oh, it does access. Huh. Because you're activating the object, the users first, and then using that as a reference. Huh. But why it didn't work here? Or maybe it did and I just did it the wrong way. It might be because of the user thing. Or did I try that? I don't remember now. Oh, so it works. It doesn't give me a mistake. So I don't think I tried that. Maybe I tried with user instead. But I remember typing Alan's inside of here at some point. But yeah, anyway. Users dot tell on the line the main code, right? I mean, outside the function, just see if it works. Yes. Users is a global constant. Yeah, you're right. Do n dot online after it. No, yeah, I tried. But I don't remember if I tried this way. I think I typed Alan or something. I think I typed like this or something like that. Yeah, and then it gives me this because I'm not specifying the location for the program to look the variable, but not if you use it as a yeah. So back to this stuff. So do you know a good place to search the JavaScript uh, fundamental documentation? Kind of like, I don't know if you know Python, but something like this for JavaScript is I think it will be better to learn how the language actually works and how the computer understands it. I'm more interested in the API part, the server part, promise and that kind of stuff, because I think that's where the most differences are gonna be different. I know about this one, the MDN. Maybe this one is good. Yeah, but this one I didn't like very much. I remember using this, and I remember using this as well when I was trying to solve these challenges for the first time. But it feels like it's lacking stuff, or I couldn't find it. And then definitive for JS, I have no idea. Like in Python, I've learned that you can use inspect to search for libraries, and now I also have more experience researching the source code and understanding how things work and how to go back to the fundamentals. So I was just wondering if JavaScript has something similar, but I don't. Maybe because usually you use npm, if I'm not mistaken, when you're gonna do more advanced stuff. Maybe that's the equivalent of the environment for Python, where you have side packages. Yeah, I want to understand actually how the main functions work, you know? The export, the uh, pretty much export and asynchronous functions. Maybe there's a site that shows the difference uh, between all differences between JavaScript, because in Python I think everything is an object, and every object has dunder methods. I was wondering if there's something similar for JavaScript, or you can access properties of specific objects or classes using these dunder methods to discover things about them. Maybe the source code, maybe the type, how they were defined, that kind of stuff. Yeah, all properties. Yes. Do you know Python or no? Are you familiar with, do you know the under methods? I don't think I'm gonna, maybe if I search for a specific one, it's easier to find. Doc. So let me see if I can find here. Yeah, so Python has these things called under methods, which is basically whenever you type underscore underscore, then you have a special name, and then underscore underscore. Every time you create something in Python, it's gonna be an object that has several of these. And then you can do dot notation to access the properties of the object through this stuff here. Yeah, I think it's metadata, but I'm not sure if that's the right name to call it. So here, for example, you have, so the most common one is init. Whenever you're gonna initialize a class, you have to define an init method, which is a dunder method, which it has this double underscore init double underscore, and this is gonna tell you uh, what to do when you're initializing the class. And then there are several of these that you can use. For example, if you have a class here, if you have a class named dog, you can do dog dot underscore underscore name and print that, and it's going to return the name of the module here. Expect it to match. But I'm not sure if JavaScript has the equivalent of this. Doesn't have that. I think they might have some variation of that. But that's kind of the sense I want to get. What's the difference between the philosophy, let's say, the way that it's constructed? Uh, so you mean doing this? Oh, function string. But can I access things? Like how I'm gonna know? I get back native code. So I think this might be a fundamental difference, is that JavaScript is the underlying methods are functions, and Python there are objects. Can you do list comprehensions as well? Because here I would need the, yeah, it doesn't work. Hmm. How the hell is that possible? The function string has no properties. Yeah. Maybe there is a way to look that up. You don't have to download JavaScript as well, right? It just comes built in with VS Code or other IDEs. I don't remember having to download JavaScript. Only the NP stuff. The client-side JS is built in into your browser. You do have to download Node.js. Yeah, but I'm talking about if you're gonna do simple JavaScript, right? If you're gonna build just a simple website, and you're not gonna build any backend, just in your computer, you don't have to download anything, right? At least I don't remember having to download anything. You just create a JS file and then you start coding. So how do you find the source code? That's the thing. I'm gonna do the same thing for JavaScript that I did with Python. Pretty much Python you can trace. You can use sys.trace and trace back the thing. Here it doesn't. What do you want me to look here? You can DL the source separately, I think. Yeah, I'm gonna do that. What is the stuff that you sent me? Eventually, I'm gonna figure out, obviously, given enough time and effort. JavaScript has only one double underscore method in the standard library object.proto. Really? Also, closure functional pattern. Yeah, I've got to be. Should be kidding me. And so this guy is pissed apparently. This says JS is node under method equivalence. Yeah, except this proto here. What does this do? Let's see. No, it shows the fundamental thing. So if I do let r equals this, it's gonna show empty list. So it shows which type of data structure. Yeah, it shows which type of data structure it is. It's actually deprecated though, but there is still define getter and define setter. Those aren't part of the standard either. So another difference is that Python has init, and I think JavaScript is a constructor. And constructor itself is a class. So I think the way that JavaScript is built is on hierarchy of classes and through functionality, through functions. In Python's hierarchy of classes, but with objects, because everything is an object. And that's the fundamental difference between them. Another thing that I realized the other day that I was thinking about, which I have trouble connecting the backend with the front end because of the different languages. So how to connect Python with JavaScript. And then I realized that you can probably just do string manipulation and rearrange the words. And probably that's what parsing is, but I'm not sure if that's the case. But it makes sense because all the languages are just written stuff anyway. Yeah. But I think it's good to know because that's how you become good. Because that's what programming is actually. Essentially, that's what it is. And I want to be able to differentiate the thing that people build and that the computer understand, the fundamental stuff and the details. Because I know the details are gonna change very fast, but the fundamentals are gonna remain the same. And that's why I think this stuff is important. Because if you understand how the language is built from the ground up, then it's a lot easier to visualize how the workflow and the design pattern should be. Like if you're building a building and you don't know in your mind the overall picture of how the building should look like, maybe that's a bad analogy. Yeah, it's the other way around that I'm trying to do. Yeah, but if you're just building and you don't know how the structure is correlated, then you're not going to be very efficient in designing it. Yeah, thanks for the follow, Barry. So the most important part is understanding how everything is connected, because that's the challenging part of designing the applications or sites or this kind of stuff. If you have the wrong paradigm of thinking when you're connecting files, let's say, then the things you build are not going to be very efficient because they're built in assumptions that you might be off about, let's say. Philosophically, but I enjoyed watching your code. Yeah. Python supports different programming paradigm as object-oriented programming, functional programming, iterative programming, procedural programming. It came up, at least for me, that's what I found the most difficult thing for me so far. I have a lot of trouble understanding how the design should be especially if I'm gonna build something big. Because if I'm gonna build something small, then it's not really important. But if I'm gonna build things that have a lot of files, I need to keep in mind exactly how these files are gonna come together. And I think everything is pretty much an object, and that's how people conceptualize this stuff in their mind. And object and classes pretty much, and then those classes become related. So yeah, it's kind of hard to explain exactly what I think, but yeah. It allows programmers to use different programming style frameworks for simple and complex programs. Now we will discuss Python versus JavaScript. What is JavaScript? JavaScript is an object-oriented programming language. It is highly used in browsers to provide dynamic functionality, which cannot be achieved through normal HTML and CSS. It has support for standard applications with text, regular expression, and dates. JavaScript thing. So JavaScript versus Python. We get it with the installation of Python call different Python versions depending on our installation. As for JavaScript, we didn't have inbuilt REPL, read, eval, print loop. So read, evaluation, print loop. As most of the time we run in a browser, but we can use REPL by installing node.js. So the browser is the browser is the equivalent of the Python program, let's say. Because the browser is what's compiling the JavaScript, I think. So Python has mutable, immutable data types like set, mutable, and list, immutable. Is list immutable in Python? Or is tuple? Yeah, I'm not sure. I think tuple is immutable, but our JavaScript has no concept of mutable and immutable. Python source code is ASCII by default unless we specify any encoding format. Our JavaScript should be encoded as UTF-16 and no built-in support for manipulating raw bytes. In Python, we have different numeric type like int, float, fixed point, decimal, etc. Whereas JavaScript has only floating point numbers only. Oh, didn't know that. That's also useful to know. So JavaScript doesn't have ints. It's only floating. Which is maybe it's just simplify the language. Because you can't have only ints, otherwise you can't achieve some calculations, obviously. But floats are imprecise, so I don't know. Python has built-in hash tables called dictionaries, sets, etc., which can be used in hashing with keys and values. Whereas JavaScript has no built-in hash table support. Python uses class-based inheritance model. Let us consider an example as below. Class welcome def init. Whereas JavaScript uses prototype-based inheritance model. So class-based model, prototype-based inheritance model. Need to create a function where we use classes in Python as below, welcome equals function name. So I think this is worth searching. Code blocks. Python uses indentation, where JavaScript uses curly braces. Python will raise an exception if a function is called with incorrect parameters and accepts some additional parameters passing syntax. JavaScript doesn't care whether functions called with exact parameters or not. It's by default any missing parameter gets a value as undefined. That's interesting. So it doesn't have keyargs system or args. And any extra argument ends as a special argument. So Python has two similar data types, list and tuple. Python's list and JavaScript array are quite similar. JavaScript has inbuilt array type. Python allows to define an attribute using descriptor protocol where we can use a getter-setter function. Whereas JavaScript objects have properties which can be composed of underlying attributes and lets you define a property. Can be composed of underlying attributes. So I never thought about that as well. Because in JavaScript you can have a class that contains an object. Maybe in Python you can do that as well, but you have to define a function before. Python calls itself as a batteries included language as it comes with a wide range of modules. Where JavaScript comes with very few, module like date, math, regexpec, regexpec, regexpec. I don't know how to say this. JSON, it has the functionality available through host environment like a web browser or some other environment. It has the functionality available through the host environment like web. Yeah, so that's what I was talking about. Python you have to download because you have all these inbuilt modules that create the language. In JavaScript, the web browser does that for you. I can close this, I think. When using dot notation, the bit after the dot must fit the criteria for an identifier name. But when using square brackets, as an expression is provided that is evaluated and restored to a string. An expression is provided that is evaluated and restored to a string. So the difference between brackets and dots, the brackets are inbuilt methods that are converted. The dots are more native than that, I think. Let's say. Because I think C++ also use dot notation to access things. So probably expression is a built-in function from that. Briefly, square bracket notation is provided so that properties can be accessed using an expression. The above X is provided in square brackets, so it's evaluated, returning a string foo. Since this property doesn't exist on Y yet, it's added. The foo. Yeah, so I think I'll search for this later and then I'll continue to do the challenges. Yeah, but maybe I should do that as my first project. That should be interesting. Because I saw on the video a guy says to build a bug tracker to get a job. Because in the bug tracker is based, and then use the bug tracker as you're building it to find bugs. Bug tracker is pretty much, from what I understand, a site that allows you to keep a log on to organize the search for bugs, something like that. I haven't researched it yet. But I think if I build something that I built for Python using JavaScript, and then maybe I can connect the two afterwards. Because, yeah, it's already using a wrapper, the Jinja2 template wrapper should create the JavaScript stuff. So I can connect middleway and then integrate both at the end. So I can visualize not only Python scripts, but JavaScript scripts. And then use that to study the other stuff. So I think I'm gonna do that as a project. I'm gonna try to do that, and if it's too complicated, then I'm gonna stop and do something more simple. So I have something more things to show. So it's also object-oriented. It is highly used in browsers to provide dynamic functionality. I already read this. I'm gonna read one more of this. Then I'm gonna go back to the exercises. Python. And I think I'm gonna finish the free code camp projects first to build the websites there, and then I'm gonna do that. To find a way to use network X to. Yeah, actually the library is in JavaScript, is Viz.js, I think. So try to use Vue.js to visualize script execution in JavaScript. It might be more complicated because of the server side of things, but I think I can start initially with the simple stuff and see if I can make anything. So maybe I should search for systrace JavaScript. Console.trace method. Using console.trace. The console object also has a method called console.trace method, which gives you the trace on the console. Every time when it's called, stack trace generates for the function. You can understand this with the help of this example. So here's calling start function, which is here, which is gonna call this and this. And then it's gonna trace on the sum. Add called with true and true. So it starts the trace here. It seems like it's much easier than in Python. Using error object, we can create an error object and return stack attributes, a non-standardized stack property of error. Then also I'm gonna have to research how to run one file from the other in JavaScript. But it's from this, it seems like it's gonna be the same thing. Yeah, but then I have to capture the stuff. Because I don't wanna just log this. I wanna catch the functions and the stack frame. Can create an error object and return a stack attribute. A non-standard stack property of error object gives you the stack trace when that particular function is called from which line and file, and with what arguments. The stack string proceeds from the most recent calls to earlier ones. Yeah, so this is so this gives me what I'm looking for. So it has the file and the objects here. So zero.stack. Using color objects, we have implemented a function called stackTrace that will return a string representing the call history to the point where stackTrace was called. Implemented a function called stackTrace. So maybe it's right here. No. So function stackTrace. It's far simpler, actually. I think I'm gonna favorite this so I don't forget. I'm gonna finish these challenges and I'm gonna read that stuff and try to build this using Vue.js. Because it seems like it's fairly simple. Yeah, and then I can put a bunch of stuff there and visualize. That's gonna be interesting. So I think this one was the previous one. Generate an array. Finish writing the get array of users. So I have to write code here. Functions that returns an array containing all other properties in the object it receives as an argument. So it's gonna be object.keys. So this is a built-in method, I think. There we go. Take a look at the object we provided in the code editor. The use object contains 3 keys. So this, and this. The data key contains 5 keys. So this. One of which contains an array of friends. Here. From this, you can see how flexible objects are as data structures. We've started writing a function add friend. Finish writing it so it takes a user object and adds the name of the friend argument to the arrays stored in user.data.friends and returns that array. Okay, so I need to take the object. So how do I append stuff again? I think it's like this. User objects of data of friends dot append friends. It's not a function, so I have to remember how to do this. So how to append items in a list, maybe. Data key contains 5 keys, on which from this you can see how flexible. So finish writing it so it takes a user object and adds the name of friends. So it takes this object as the name of the friend argument to the array stored in user.data.friends and returns that array. So I'm gonna search for this. Oh, I forgot to read this stuff. Oh, it's array, not list. Push. Maybe, can I return this directly? No, probably not. There we go. We're given a variable Celsius representing temperature. So this is converting basically. Not gonna do this one. So I think that one was, yeah, I was here now. The thing is that my mind is much more focused now on the stack trace thing. Make code more reusable, define a constructor function, use a constructor. Maybe this one is good. Constructors are functions that create new objects. They define properties and behaviors that will belong to the new object. Think of them as a blueprint for the creation of new objects. This constructor defines a bird object with properties name, color, and numlogs set to Albert, blue, and true respectively. Constructors follow a few conventions. Constructors are defined with a capitalized name to distinguish them from other functions that are not constructors. Constructors use the keyword this to set properties of the object they will create. Inside the constructor, this refers to the new object it will create. Oh, so I think now I finally get it. Why it uses this. because this is a reference to the current object. So when you're doing a class, you want to create something that every time you create a new instance of the class, it has a new reference. And that's why you're using this and not just assigning the variable the same way. I think now I finally get it, which was really confusing for me in the beginning. Okay. Constructors define properties and behaviors instead of returning value as other functions might. Create a constructor dog with properties name, color, and numlengths that are set to a string, and a string, a string, and a number respectively. So function dog this dots name equals name. Color. So string, and then how can I say number here? So maybe numbers. So obviously if I just write this, it's gonna pass. Try to specify a number, JavaScript. How to make a variable equal to the number type. I think it's gonna be hard to find answers like this. Maybe if I search for JavaScript number data type. Yeah, maybe there isn't a word, but it has to have. Kind of like bool is a special keyword to determine Boolean values. Object determines a string or something else. Maybe it's just strings. I do like this, but doesn't pass. Also doesn't pass. Probably not gonna pass. But you can do like this, and then it's gonna be. Does this work? It also doesn't work. Huh. So maybe it doesn't exist. Here, I wonder if this is gonna pass as well. Passes. Even though 0 is probably false. Why is this thing stop working out of nowhere? Just wants to check if I'm really watching this. Bird constructor from the previous challenge. Note these inside the constructor always refers to the object being created. Notice that the new operator is used when calling a constructor. This tells JavaScript to create a new instance of bird called Bluebird. So now is instance of the class. So let build bird, new bird. And that's to create a new one. So let's golden equals new dog. That's probably what they want me to do. There we go. Create another dog constructor. This time set it up to take the parameters name and color. And add the property num legs fixed to 4. So I think these challenges are too easy. And I'm probably gonna go to the more advanced ones after I finish this. Then create a new dog saved in variable terrier. That's, and I'm not sure if I should use const. Probably const is better. Pass it to strings for the name and color respective. Doesn't work? Maybe if I do it like this, it works. Oh, here. No, that's not it. Let me read the thing though. Let's see. Now possible to define the properties for each bird at the time it is created, which is one way that JavaScript constructors are useful. Yeah, so name and color. So I'm probably doing this correctly. Oh, I should pass here. Because I'm initializing with an empty string, so yeah, obviously. It's not gonna know. Yeah, but I think I understand this very well now. Yeah, the only difference here between Python and JavaScript is that Python would have to put it like this, which would be self instead of this. In JavaScript, you don't need to do that. Oh, self works also. Yeah, but then it's probably just viewed as a random name and not as a special character, special thing. So I'm probably gonna go to the more advanced ones. And I think it might be better actually to just try to build that stuff that I'm thinking about. And I'm probably gonna have to research a lot. And I'm gonna learn a lot in the process. As some of these challenges I probably would struggle a little bit, but just minor things. No. Maybe this one also seems interesting. Modify the code so that instances of dog inherit from animal. The inheritance is also confusing. Instance of dog inheritance. Oh, so that's where the constructor comes from, which is the super thing in Python. And I remember I had a lot of problem with that as well. So this challenge covers the next steps. Set the prototype of the subtype or child, in this case bird, which should be an instance of animal. In the previous challenge, you saw the first step for inheriting behavior from the supertype or parent animal, making a new instance of an animal. The challenge covers the next step: set the prototype, the subtype, or child, in this case bird, an instance of animal. Object of create animal prototype. Remember that the prototype is like the recipe for creating an object. In a way, the recipe for bird now includes all the key ingredients from animal. So, but I'm not sure if I should do it. Yeah, but there, I'm not sure if this makes sense. I should probably do something here. Dog inherits all of animal's properties, including date method. Modify the code so that instance of dog inherent from it. So this doesn't pass, so I should probably do dog. Oh, constructor here, because it has there as well. Constructor, animal. Oh, so I don't need to put, I think. And then here, yeah, it's Dono because it's constructing a new bird and passing the property of Donald, probably. But what is this stuff? Object.create animal prototype. So I think I'm gonna go back to this prototype and yeah, this part, because I remember I had a lot of trouble with this when I was first starting. I think it was this one that I was at. Yeah, it's probably this whole part here. Create a basic, create a method, make code more usable. Define a constructor. Constructors are functions that create new objects. This constructor defines birds. So I already did this. Let's see. Verify objects. So I stopped here, I think. Anytime a constructor function creates a new object, that object is said to be an instance of its constructor. JavaScript gives a convenient way to verify this with the instance of operator. This instance of method will return true. If an object is created without using a constructor, instance of will verify that it is not an instance of that constructor. Instance will return false. So the difference is here has the constructor. Because crawl is an instance of bird, because it's created of that. And canary is not an instance of bird. Create a new instance of the house constructor, calling it my house. So he's using, they are using let there, so I'm gonna use let here. Calling it my house and passing a number of bedrooms. 5, 3. Then use the instance of to verify. So why is this not working? Maybe I should do console.log, but that doesn't make sense from the challenge perspective. So what am I missing here? Oh, it's probably a typo. And okay, passes. The following example, the bird constructor defines true properties name and numlex. The console will display the value name numlex at the own properties of canary to the array own props. So just gonna copy this stuff here. And probably bird. No, canary. Now it should work, I guess. There we go. Add a numlex property to the prototype of dog. So now the prototype stuff comes in, I guess. Since numlex will probably have the same value for all instances of bird, you essentially have a duplicated variable numlex inside each bird instance. This may not be an issue, there's only 2 instances, but imagine if there are millions. There are ways to use the prototype of bird. Properties in the prototype are shared among all instances of bird. Here's how to add numleg. So it's pretty much like the same thing as an attribute. Here's how to add numleg to the bird prototype. Oh, so I need to make it here. Dog dot prototype numlegs. And then make equals to a number. 4. There we go. Yeah, so prototypes and attributes are the same. Maybe I should keep notes of these differences so I have a better understanding of where they branch off. Yeah, that would be a good idea because I already know Python really well. Not really well, but I know at least the essential things. So I think I'm actually gonna do that. And it's probably gonna be better to understand why one is used on the server side and the other is used on the front end side. Yeah, so maybe I should have three things actually. First one is to get all built-in methods from both functions, both languages. Then keep log of the difference. That way I can, if I can see the similarities between them, the differences, I can filter out what's more fundamental. The concepts behind it that are probably not going to change, and the syntax that changes. And then I can start to understand why one's better for the front end and why one's better for back end. So I'm gonna make a list here, another list out of the several ones I have. So I put this stuff here. And I think these are for later, probably. And then what I have to focus on, I'm gonna put it here. So C++ stuff comes here. Biggest challenge for me is understanding how to make sure I integrate multiple browsers, how to make the website SEO efficient for SEO. And the design patterns of building websites. Like which thing I should do first, why I should do those things first. Once I get that down and I have the workflow, I think it's gonna be a lot easier to build things. Because then I don't have to keep thinking about which file I'm gonna build and which functionality I'm gonna build. So if I have a template, I can follow that template. And depending on how many pages I want the website to have, how many links, yeah, maybe I can build something like that as well. That's another idea. Or maybe it already exists. So I'm gonna save this. JavaScript versus Python. Now here I'm gonna make a list. So one idea is the stack trace in JavaScript. And the next thing I'm gonna do, not next necessarily, but the other thing I'm thinking about, yeah, template or website construction based on number of links. Because if I can find a function that defines the relationship between the number of links of a website, but then I will have to know how many links complex websites usually have. So I can get an average. Yeah, this seems like a lot more complicated. So maybe scratch this. And because I already have a list here, I think it's on this other page. No. So it was one of these stuff here. List to learn here. It already has a bunch of stuff. Yeah, so maybe I can include here. Or maybe do essentially the same thing that I did for Python, but for websites instead. I know that Google does that to navigate hyperlinks to build a search engine, but I'm thinking about creating a program that builds a graphical representation of a website, connection of the website. So pretty much every time you click, I think that's how it works. Every time I click a button and it transfers you to another page of the website, it's gonna make a call on the backend to a different API to load that different page. And when the button doesn't load a different page, it means that the script is located on that page. So if I could have something that allows me to see the connection between those links, then I can design the website from that point, depending on what I want, how many pages I want, how they're gonna connect. Maybe this makes sense, maybe it doesn't, but I think it's worth to. If it is as simple as I think it is for the stack trace there, might be more difficult for the website itself, but I think it might be a good project to, because it's similar to a bug tracker, and I think it's something that I'm curious about, so I'm probably gonna do that. But before I'm gonna do that, I'm gonna search for this stuff here. So first, built-in methods for JavaScript. Uh, full list of and Python. What was the other thing that I was thinking about? Yeah, the other thing is probably the stack trace stuff. Oh, I think I know the answer actually. I think the point is because in the web you use JSON to transfer information, which is a different encoding. And that's the reason for creating JavaScript. Because it's closer to the way that is most efficient to navigate. So there's correlation between the encoding format, the data size, and the purpose of the language. So languages that are more web related are more compressed in size, which means they have less built-in functionality, I believe. And then languages on the back end are probably, they have more methods. They can either have more methods, but then they become slower, or they are simple as well. But yeah, maybe I should look at the difference between C++ and JavaScript. I'm gonna look at all this tree. Uh, And I think Node.js is the backend language, backend version of JS. So probably that's the one that I'm thinking about comparing. Because I remember seeing some stuff on the server side for JavaScript. I think it was on the free code camp stuff. But outside the free code camp, I saw for Python stuff. So I'm gonna do this after I finish these challenges here. I'm now seeing two kinds of properties, on properties and prototype properties. On properties are defined directly on the object instance itself, and prototype properties are defined on the prototype. Here's how you add ducks on properties to the array on props and prototype properties to the array prototype props. So on props will display name, the console, and console prototype props will display num lines. So on props are the props that were instantiated here, inside and prototype outside. Add all of the on properties of Beagle to the array on props. Add all of the on properties of Beagle to the array on props. So Beagle on props dot push Beagle dot prototype dot on props. Add all, okay. Add all of the prototype properties of dog to the array prototype props. Prototype. I think it's like this. Undefined. So this is not the way to do it. It's on props dot push. Oh, but on props dot push. Oh, so it does this loop here. So let me scratch what I'm doing here. On props dot push property. I think now it's correct. Yeah. I think I'm gonna go further and then I can just research this stuff. It's probably better. Because I thought I remember a lot less, but actually it's not that hard because it's very similar to the everything's very, very similar. Just the syntax that changes a little bit, but yeah, and this stuff on prototypes. So I think doing this first thing is gonna help me a lot to understand what's going on actually. So I need to search for prototypes. What else? Constructor. Prototypes, constructors. Has on property. Let me go back to the previous challenge there. prototype props. Yeah, so I think that's it. Now I'm gonna go way further down the row. So functional programming, this is gonna talk about array methods and object methods, I guess. Yeah, so I think from this part, probably remember everything. Now this is the one that I wanna do, which involves bootstring, structure. Yeah, I'm gonna do this one from the beginning, just to see if I remember stuff. Get started, we should nest all of our HTML except the link tag and the style element. So in the HTML5 CSS section, a free code can be built in. Now let's go to it. Bootstrap will figure out how wide your screen is and respond by resizing your HTML elements. Your response to the design, there's no need to. You can add Bootstrap to any app, adding the following code to the top of your HTML. So it's just this thing here. Or maybe I have to add it. What's all this stuff? I guess I copied. In this case, we've already added very behind the scenes. Okay. Note that using either this or this to close the link tag is acceptable. We should nest all of our HTML except link tag and style. So link style here. So it's here. In the div. Style. I think that's it. So no. Apparently I did something wrong. Your div element should have the class container fluid. Oh, this is the class, not style. Still doesn't work. Should nest all of except the link tag and the style element. So style ends here. The div element with the class container fluid. So div class container. Maybe. Oh, it has a typo here. Container. There we go. First, add new images below the existing one. Set its source attribute to this. Below the existing one. So I assume here. I still remember some stuff. At least. It would be great if this image could be exactly the width of our phone screens. Fortunately, with Bootstrap, all we need to do is add the image response class. Okay. So I think this is the one that I added. Now if I change here, it's gonna resize. Remember that you can add several classes to the same element by separating each of them with a space like this. Yeah, so far, I think this is pretty basic. So I'm not gonna do this. I'm gonna jump for the more advanced ones. Yeah, so this Bootstrap part, I just wanted to see if I understand what a Bootstrap is, because I wasn't really sure before, but now I think I get it. It's just a library for CSS and, yeah, for styling HTML. jQuery, learn how script tags and document ready work. Target HTMLs with using selectors. I think this part I already know as well, because I did a project, the Odin project with that, and I had to use this a bunch of times. So I think I remember this fairly well. Maybe this one I don't. Use append to remove elements with jQuery. Clone the makes copy. So the script only change code above this. Should come here. So that's the notation you use. I assume it's gonna be something like this. And which is the target 5. Close. Boom. So it's probably like this. There we go. So jQuery, I think I understand. Oh, this one I don't remember really well. So maybe I'll check this one before I move on. You can also change the CSS of an HTML element directly with jQuery. jQuery has a function called .css. So it's probably going to be the same way. But I forgot the syntax was like this. I'm not sure if you do it in the actual JavaScript file, if you use the same way here to describe, but so .css, and then you have the attributes there. Is this correct? Yeah. Oh, color comes first. But it's still not changing here, so something's wrong. Hashtag. No, there we go. I remember using it differently though. when I was trying to build stuff. I remember assigning query selector to a value. Yeah, query selector to the div class name or ID name. A value equals to something dot query selector. I don't remember really well. I think I'm gonna go to the bathroom real quick. Yeah, I think now I'm more interested in actually doing this thing here because I'm curious about it and want to know. I think it's gonna help me understand better. The issue is that I have to understand React as well. React and Redux. So maybe I can search for this as well. It's kind of difficult to decide which one is better and more practical to do it first. The current code uses JSX to assign a div element to the constant JSX. Replace the div with an h1 element and add hello JSX. Which one? Define a new constant JSX that renders a div which contains so this is valid, this is invalid. So it has to be wrapped up inside of div. Rendering multiple elements like this, you can wrap them all in parentheses, but is not strictly required. Also notice that challenge uses a div tag to wrap all the child elements within a single parent element. If you remove the div, the JSX will no longer transpile. Keep this in mind since it will also apply when you return JSX. I remember it got confusing when I was mixing the things. Render state, the user interface. Once you define a component's initial state can display any part of it in the UI that is rendered. If a component is stateful, it will always have access to the data in state in its render method. You can access the data with this.state. Yeah, so this part I remember. So I remember now I had a lot of trouble with this parenthesis here and actually knowing when to put the extends React component. So maybe I should read React documentation. Yeah, read the React docs. I think I'm gonna do the same thing that I did for Python, but for JS and React. Because I learned a lot more when when I was researching the libraries than I was doing the courses. And since I already did these courses here, I think it's gonna be better. So probably this list here is gonna be more efficient to learn than redoing the challenges. So, and then I can go directly to the challenges. I think I'm gonna do that. So, study React and Redux libraries. So I'm gonna pause the stream now and take a break, and when I come back, I'm gonna go through this list here. And then I'm gonna start directly on the projects. I think I'm gonna see if I have any projects that aren't finished here. Yeah, this one is all done. All done. And now here, I think I didn't finish them. No, it's all done. Yeah. So maybe only the backend and API stuff I didn't do. So I'm gonna do the ones that I didn't do. These ones I did. I think I stopped here. Yeah, so I didn't do this tree. So I'm gonna do this tree here. So I'm gonna study this stuff first, and then I'm gonna do this tree. Not even using the stuff that they're telling me to use, but try to do it on my own. And I'm gonna have to research. Maybe I will use these databases because I need something that is free. Because I don't want to spend money trying to solve the challenge. Yeah, so I'll pause now and take a break. When I come back, I'm gonna do that. So see you.